Da-da-da. Okay, we're good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It's Thursday. We're back in Pantheon this evening. Not sure what the game plan is. It'd be nice to be able to, look at that Halnir's place, but I don't know if we're gonna find people. I was looking at the population on the 5 servers right now. This one's the busiest. The other 4 are damn near empty. I don't know what's going on there. I guess it's just number of people playing. Hey, Atacam, what's going on? How you doing? You think I could solo this stuff out here where we left off last night? Yeah. They're even con at 12. Probably. Yeah. Are the boars out here built as tough as the boars are in the beginning of the game? It's even con 2. I think I should play it. I should play it safe. I should play it safe. I don't want to be corpse hunting tonight. Not unless it's warranted. I can't wait till next month, man. Start the Ogre Warrior. Nice. How did you do that? You just paired them together? Oh good, this was our bind spot. Perfect. Let's go check the manor. No, you know what? We're not gonna check the manor. You know what? We'll check the manor. Oof, the lagging. In a thug group currently? Right on. I apparently am dealing with server lag. Holy smokes. Oh, we're almost at weight allowance. I should probably not do that. You know what? Let's harvest. I would have liked to have put a group together to go to Halnir's, but I don't think that's possible. I need to make more connects in game. I need to meet more people. These guys are green, so they're gonna aggro. Alright, come over here. Come on. Oh no. I don't know, man. I mean, I'll be honest. I had kind of had it in my head to try and find people to go into that Halnir's place. I'm unbroken at the moment. What class would you be on? Okay. I'm checking with clerics at the moment. Hey, Cheesy, what's going on? You have 2 straps now? I've sent 3 or 4 tells and I've gotten no answer at the moment. I'm not sure if we're gonna find a group. The other servers were pretty near empty and a lot of low-level tunes. So if for some reason we can't put a Halnir's group together, say within the next 15-20 minutes, we could always look at Manor, maybe. No, I haven't. I've been told they're up to the Manor. Fire beetle chargers found near the Manor. In the area left of the Manor. Okay, hang on. Let's put on... Yeah, for sure. Me too. Get that Ogre Warrior going. Alright, let's go check the Manor. Manor will look pretty cool at nighttime. Da-da-da-da-da. Gotta go through these guys and not aggro the roamer. Cool. That's cool, man. We can't see the moon. It's over the mountain. We'll see it when we get up here. This is pretty cool. Here's the manor. There's the moon. Nobody's up here at all. Nobody up at Manor at all. Might want to just maybe put a group together for Manor. Did you see the Blizzard announced WoW Classic What? Really? WoW Classic Classic? They're doing it again? I have a phone call. Oh, potential fraud. Well, I don't want to talk to them. They can keep on ringing. I'm on Broken Maw. Yeah, someone's trying to put a group together. They're looking for 4 more, but they've got a shaman and cleric already. They're not up here at the moment, so I assume. Oh wait, yes they are. They're off to the left of me. I see them now. Yeah, I'd rather you level. I mean, you wanted to play the shaman, right? I'd rather you level your shaman, but. Yeah, I've got 2 with me. Myself and Ruha at the moment. Okay, right on. I sent a cleric a tell for a groom. They didn't get back to me, and now I see them advertising in OOC. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, I got a 13 cleric. I got torch in the group. There's a 16 human paladin. I mean, they would still get decent XP, at least up to 17, if not towards 18. I could ask them and then just dual wield. There's nobody else LFG on Broken at the moment that's our level. Not much playtime. I get it, man. I get it. You know, don't put a whole lot of effort at, with early access starting December 13th. Don't sacrifice too much time, to catch up. I mean, this state of the game is only active for what, 2.5 weeks? Middle of December is going to be the key time. I know it's getting tough. Paladin there. Nope. The only shaman I was looking at was you. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody else on this server right now. And I've sent tells. Group. No answer. Crafting. It's up to you, man. Either one works. If I give you that extra strap, would you have enough to make another pair of climbing gloves? What did I need again? I would say yes, but I forget what it was. What did I need? It was the strap and something. Nails. Yes, I'd be able to make another set. Okay, so we have warrior tank, warrior DPS, summoner, cleric, shaman. Who else do we have? Anybody new looking for group? I think a 12 enchanter would work. Hey Vec, what's going on? How you doing, man? Just me. But I mean I can do whatever if you can get the Dialord. Just another day in paradise, I hear that, man. XP is so nice in groups, yes it is. I haven't heard back from the enchanter. No. There's the 4 plus you makes 5. There's one spot. We're working on filling the group, guys. It's proven to be a bit difficult. Okay, it's a no on the enchanter. They're doing Goblin Cave for enchanter spells. So if you hear back from the Dire Lord, we'll take the Dire Lord and go. Okay. I think I just saw a 17 warrior looking for group. I don't know if 17 is going to be viable here. Toon's name is Zero, Z-E-R-O. Could run with 3 warriors. You want me to check with that warrior? See if they're interested? Okay, I got the 17 warrior. So whatever tune you want to play. Jonn? I almost made a mess. No way putting your macro on a hotbar? No, they don't have that. You can only. That's why my macros are over here on the right-hand side. I mean, it'd be nice if they would allow us, or at least give us, an auxiliary hotbar so that we could put macros there, because, I mean, I guess you could move this over and put it here, but yeah, I try to keep my UI as uncluttered as possible, and that would just pile up in the middle. What do you think the best option is for pulling? Because we don't have any crowd control, right? All right, I'll pull. I'll give it a whirl. Do 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 do. Oh, nice. We're coming into daytime. That's not good. Fantastic. This'll work swimmingly. No problem. I love the sun coming over the background. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, this one doesn't fear, it looks like. Archery is interesting in this game because you have to be standing still. If you try and range something while moving, you won't fire. Unlike EQ. EQ, you could range on the go. You can't range on the go here. You have to be standing still. Yeah, it makes sense to put the shield on for the extra stun for the fear people, but it's a nuisance because it obviously takes down my DPS. But I think not being feared is more important. We seem to have plenty of damage in this group. We're not having an issue. Still say whether EQ2, Throne of Liberty, Pantheon, or almost any MMO, there's no reason why all abilities shouldn't be castable while moving. Can't exist. It makes combat less fun. What is the point of the... Well, that's true, but I mean, this game doesn't really use active combat, right? It's not like Throne and Liberty. Throne and Liberty, you need to be moving around. Same thing with like New World. New World, you can't stand still. In this game, you can stand still. EQ is not a mobile game either. Like when you watch people run a dungeon or in a raid, they're not moving around constantly. I mean, maybe a ranger? This game's not designed to have that active combat. And the reason why they don't have mobility, or my belief as to why they don't have this as an active combat situation, is because active combat means just about every class in the game would be able to outrun or pace creatures, which makes it easier to kill. And these guys want you to be in combat. They want you to be in the battle. They want everybody to be there. That's their plan. If you make skills castable, that kind of takes away from the seriousness of the game. But that's why any game that doesn't have an active combat, when I say active combat, I mean where you're constantly moving, like Terra, Arcage, WildStar, that sort of setup. Any game that has that, you have the freedom to take less damage or be in less tricky situations. In a game like this, or EQ, or even World of Warcraft, if you watch a raid, not everybody's moving around. People got to stand still, right? But for this particular game, they want you to be in combat. That's where all the difficulty is being in the same area as the fight, which is what they want. They don't want you moving around. Like, for example, if you watch anything that's medieval based, whether it's TV, movie, or even read a book, people aren't running all over the place. Armies run straight into them, and then they stand there and fight as best they can, and then move to where they're needed. This is kind of just like that, you know? That's why games design it this way. I think even with Ashes of Creation, I think some classes have to stand still, don't they? In order to cast abilities? I don't think Ashes is active combat either for everybody. I wish we could turn off tooltips. That's what I wish. I already know what my skills do. I don't need to be reminded every second that I need to cast something. Unless someone's going to tell me there's a way to turn these off, but I don't think so. I didn't see anything in options. Not sure what's going on here. Somebody say they were going AFK? No, nobody said AFK. Anybody a boxing fan? You guys gonna be watching the fight tomorrow night? What is happening? Alright, I guess we'll pop it. Block rating is up to 27 now. Not that we need it, but we've got it. What's that? That's crazy. Hey, what's going on? Ba-dum-bum-ba-da-ba. Or if you could have the tip appear somewhere else in the screen out of the way, I suppose. Yes. You have to root for Tyson? Hey, look, man. I'm rooting for Tyson as well. No shade on Jake Paul. I don't know much about him. I'm not really a boxing fan, but I'd like for Mike Tyson to show that you can't just call out, you know, arguably one of the greatest ever and get away with it. So, I'm not saying I'm looking for a thrashing, but I am hoping he displays pretty well, and I hope he comes out the winner. Hey, Hallis. Another EQer. I think the point of restricted movement during combat and EQ is all about control. Right, and that's the same thing with this game is mirroring that exact same thing. It's all about control. They want groups to fight in their own little pockets. They don't want them to, run interference into another group. It's a mechanic. Yes, for sure. It definitely is a mechanic. As I mentioned earlier, it's all about they want the group to be involved. They want it to be an intimate experience. So no matter whether you're indoors, whether you're outdoors, in a field, in a cave, in a room, they want everybody to be right next to each other fighting as a team. When you have the ability to run around in combat like in New World, nobody stays together. Like watch a group in New World in a dungeon and you'll see that they're never together. They're always running around. And it can be a real problem, because tanks cannot go around chasing mobs in New World. You really have to pay attention to where you are and stay close to a tank. And I know this because I played a tank in New World for a couple of years. I think not being able to cast while moving is one reason. Other than a healer, I don't play mages much because we just have our preferences. That's true. Oh, and that's why games are designed different ways. Like I said, you've got this game, you've got EverQuest. Even EverQuest 2, you can't move around. That's a smaller game than EQ when you think about it, because the groups are about the same, but when it comes to things like raids, zones, etc., they're not as vast as in EQ. But even in EQ2, there's not a whole lot of movement. If you're a tank, there can be a lot of movement as far as positioning creatures, and if you're a swashbuckler, you have to move around because your class is built on being able to attack from the front, the flank, and the rear. But for the most part, no other class moves around the battlefield. But if you jump into a game like Arcage, or Terra, or Rift, or Wildstar, or Horizons, you have to be active because they use telegraphing. And telegraphing, you can't have a stationary group in a telegraphing situation. That's not going to happen ever for any reason. So... my audio is lagging out on the server for whatever reason. I don't like it. It's been happening for the last 20 minutes. The game is smooth, but my audio is still cutting out. Like the game audio. I don't know what's going on there. Hey, Acer. Mike Tyson punched Jake in the weigh-in. Yeah, but that's all, trust me, that's all scripted. And trust me again, Jake has some stipulations put into this fight. I don't believe Tyson does. Tyson has a mindset where once he's training, he's going to obliterate you. He's not going to put things in his contract. I believe the only way he got to fight Roy Jones when they fought a couple years ago was because Roy had stipulations. If you noticed, they did a really good job not aiming for the head. Everything was body, for the most part. You can go back and watch the fight and see for yourself. I believe in this one, Jake probably has a couple of stipulations. Like, Mike, you can't knock me out. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Tyson knows when he gets close. He knows to punch up. We'll see if he punches up. This might be a problem. Oh, I thought we had 3. I guess we only had 2. Alright, no harm, no foul. No ear biting? That's true. That's true. No ear biting. But I can promise you, Jake is not... it's not a straight up fight. It's not. There will be stipulations. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way he operates. Every one of his fights, there's been stipulations. Or modifiers, I guess you could say. I'm fairly certain if there were no modifiers, Jake would be in trouble. I'm fairly certain. The thing is with Jake, though, he has an overhand right that is pretty good. If he catches you with the overhand right, it's going to hurt. Because he's got power behind his arm. That's for certain. But I've watched all the footage on Tyson, and if he closes the distance on Jake, Jake is in trouble. That's what I will say. If he gets in there, Jake is in trouble. But if I was a betting man with Jake wanting to make as much money on the fights, you know, he's got this whole joke thing where he's been running around with a fake pregnancy belly, or like a Halloween decoration of a pregnancy belly, and blah, blah, blah. He's trying to hype it up and make it seem bigger than it is. Or he's taunting his audience for whatever reason. But again, like I said, if Tyson steps in close, Jake is in trouble. I've seen the shape that Tyson is in right now, and he's not his best, but he is really good right now compared to last year. If you saw what he was like, if you watched his hotboxing show, his podcast or what have you, and you paid attention to the way he acted, the way he moved, if you saw him on his Joe Rogan interview, when was that, during COVID, I think it was, or maybe it was just before COVID, and then you see him now, like you'll see the difference. He's a menace. He's going to prove difficult for Jake. He most certainly is. But like I said, if Tyson's not careful and Jake catches him with the overhand, that could be a problem. The other thing is, with Tyson's age, regardless of what kind of training he's gone under, stamina is going to be an issue. So there's that as well. He would have to try and end the fight at least with... I don't know how many rounds the fight is. I want to say 5, but I could be wrong. But Tyson will need to finish it in 3. I don't think Tyson will go the distance without being incredibly winded. No matter what his shape is. You can see when he moves that he doesn't have the flinching or the twitching that he used to have. So, I feel like that's going to negatively impact him. But still, I hope he puts on a hell of a show, regardless. I hope he doesn't pull any punches. I hope he doesn't do anything that makes people think it's more of a wrestling scripted type event. And I just hope it's a good show for everybody, you know? That's all. That's all you can hope for. This is 3. Traumatic's in trouble. Where's Traumatic? I got you, Traumatic. I got you. I got you. I got the taunt. I got the taunt. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. That was a bad pull. This seems to be the group camp for this level. No, there are, technically there's 3. There's more than 3. There's here, there's, in the next zone over, there's a series of caves called Halnirs. Halnirs starts there around the same level as here, around level 12 roughly, so that's another place people can go. As far as the closest area to the starting town, this would be the camp. And then once you level here, this camp is typically really good up until around level 17. We're level 12 at the moment. But this camp is really good up until roughly around 17. And then the XP kind of levels out, in which case you'd want to go to a place called the Fort, which is over here. You run over this way along the mountain ridge, you drop off the cliff to the lower level, and then there's a big humanoid fort here that you fight in. And I believe that's good till, I want to say 22, 23, 22 maybe? 21? Tank did a good job. I know, right? Hey, who you kidding? I'm a tank. I'm a true tank. I held off both those mobs. As long as I could. The group is alive. I'll eat it. I'm taking credit for saving the group right there. You know that, right? Holding off them 2 ads. I was a champ. I went down swinging. Tyson style. I know. The group lived, though, so that's the important part. The group got away. Thanks, Vec. Is that animation in chat popping up for everybody? Or is it just me seeing that? I've never seen that animation before. Is that for bits? That's for bits. Okay, that's the first time I've seen that. Normally I'm alerted, but there's no alert here. You running back up the hill? No, I just got a res. I'm at the top of the hill, was going to keep you... You're perfectly safe to run over, man. The creatures here, as long as you avoid the bear, the 2 bears over here, you're fine. That boar doesn't aggro. You can run clean across if you're up here. Just see that tree? You could just run to that tree and then run straight across. December 13th, this game, it's EA. I hope we know the time. Need to get my name. Might need to call in sick that day. Well, yeah, there you go, Acer. This guy's not attacking. There's no animation and he's not in the combat log. Yeah. Heard something about... Have you heard that? No I haven't, Acer. It was a thing in EQ for the progression servers, I believe. For those who were part of the All Access. It's a bits thing for 30. That's a cool little animation. They didn't used to have that before. Although OBS used to tell me that it happened, but it didn't go off. I don't know if you can spare a heal on Moko, but I might need one. Never mind. You made it across? Right on. Where are you? There you are. So, did you want me to make you one as well? Thank you, sir. I will make what I can. I do. I think it's just the straps that I need and the nails that are in my bank. You know, I will say, I don't know how I feel about them not putting durability in the game. I've kind of been a fan of durability since, like, Diablo. I know when I get it, and it would annoy a lot of people, especially in a game where I'm sure a lot of people will die horribly. Okay, bolt of fire is the big damage. We'll have to watch for that. You're fine, Atakan. You're fine. If you just run straight across to that tree, you'll be okay. You go straight. That boar's not going to aggro you, so you go straight across to that tree. You can run all the way back down. Your problem will just be running through the bandits. That's all. Or you could slash stuck. If you slash stuck, it'll take you back to your bind point. What? Is this guy broken? Why are we hitting for no damage? Oh, he's got high mitigation. I gotta stop dying, man. I just want the XP. I can't be getting positive XP and then dying and losing it. That's no bueno. I was really looking for Helner's Cave, man. I think that'd be a cool crawl. Give me some practice as a tank in the dungeon, in an indoor dungeon. Spider caves don't count. Now the armor's looking. I want to get in a set of plate. We're still a ways away from it, but I want to get into a set of plate. I really like the pets, too. I really like the skeleton pet from the Necro, but I'm also starting to really like the summoner pet. I like a lot about this game. Hmm. Same thing's happening. They're not attacking, they're just standing there. Wonder if it has to do with them standing on the rock. Well, that wouldn't make sense, because we've killed other stuff on the rock. That one didn't animate as well. That one wasn't in combat. Maybe it's something to do with the rock. That guy just try and come over and get our pet? Or get our mob? What was that about? Rude. I need to get level 15 so I can put my helmet on. My helmet's been in the bank forever, but it's got a level requirement. There was Agnar and then Selos. And then there was Vanicky. So Agnar, Selos, Mangler, Vanicky. Teak is the new one. I think I spent the last 9 years on 6 of those progression servers. That's what I pretty much did. I'm a huge fan of Classic to Planes of Power, and when it starts going into Omens of War and Gates of Discord, I lose complete interest because I'm not a fan of the zones, the story. Oh, I know, I'm definitely an addict. My problem was I got into a guild with a bunch of pretty awesome people, and we did the same thing. Like I said, for like the last 9 years, we've all jumped to the new servers as they came, but this time around, I was like, nope, Pantheon's moving forward. I'm waiting for Pantheon. They're all still on Teak, but I'm not there. Hey, Tinkley, what's going on? Yeah, I was streaming EQ for years, but Pantheon's taken over because I backed Pantheon like 12 years ago, like when it first launched, and I've been waiting for this. So the moment I got into the game, I was like, this is it. EQ's in the dust now, or the rearview mirror, whatever you want to call it. So I was actually the in-game warrior lead for Vanguard. I actually helped Sigil Games build the warrior and pretty much the game. It was pretty fun. I was young at the time, I wasn't paid, but man, I put so many hours into Vanguard. I have talked about Vanguard for years on stream over and over again. I'm so mad that they did what they did at the end of the development beta, and so here's what happened. The game was flawless a month and a half before the end of beta. They went and implemented a patch one Friday night to the warehouse district to bring up the endgame content for people. When they did that, they broke just about everything. Diplomacy stopped working, world bosses weren't spawning properly, quests weren't updating, the combo system wasn't functioning properly. I was on MSN Messenger with, I don't know who, Brad and probably whoever his top two people were. There were three of them. And man, I'm a very patient person. I have the patience of a corpse. But I had put so much time into Vanguard. And I was like, you guys, the 35 of us that were in the beta, we were all screaming, you've got to roll this back. You can't end beta with a broken game. Nobody will play it, and we want to play it. And they turned around and told us, oh, we know what we're doing. We have plenty of time. We'll get it fixed. No worries. They brought the servers down for the end of beta because I believe Sony forced them to because they needed an ROI. The game came out a couple months later, completely busted still. And it took them, I think, 10 months before they implemented a patch that fixed most of the stuff that was wrong. But if they'd have listened to us a month and a half before the end of beta, that game would have come out flawless. There just wouldn't have been a fleshed out end game, but it would have given them 2 to 3 months to work on it. I'm still sour about it. What? Sony didn't want to kill it. Man, people that talk about Vanguard that weren't in the beta, I got no time. I got no time. If you weren't there, you don't know. Stop trying to say like I'm wrong. I was there. I went through it. Sorry guys, I'm in a group or whatever with one of the group members, but there's another individual that jumped in the conversation and they were giving an opinion on Vanguard that was ill-informed, and I was trying to correct them. I can't have conversations with anybody, you know, about Vanguard about beta stuff who wasn't in development, because everybody automatically assumes that the game was broken the whole time when it came out. That wasn't the case. And I'm not going to say who, but I saw a couple of very large streamers talk about the game, and certain things they said about the game were 1000% wrong. But whatever. If they'd have listened to us and Vanguard would have come out the way it was, I'd probably still be playing Vanguard now. Maybe we'd be a decade in. Maybe they'd be on Vanguard 2 by now. Have I ever run a stream with drops so you can get the free goodies but you don't watch it? I got one going in the corner of my screen. You're on my stream and you're getting notification about a drop? The only thing I remember about Vanguard is being pulled into it from some of the guys. Dude, EQ2 Flames was the oh my goodness, dude. Man. Thankfully, I never ended up in that one subsection of EQ2 Flames. The whole purpose of EQ2 Flames, I never ended up there. I was, not to toot my own horn, but I've said this probably 100 times before, I was a bit of a big deal during EQ2. But thankfully, I was never on EQ2 Flames in that fashion. For those who don't know, EQ2 Flames was designed initially so that people could crap on all the bad players in MMOs. Whether it was WoW, primarily EQ2 and EQ. But if somebody grouped with somebody that was a poor player, that poor player's name ended up on EQ2 Flames, and then people had a field day. But then it branched out into one of the best websites ever, because they started opening up forums on classes, zones, mobs, loot, builds, everything. It became a resource for everything. It was phenomenal. But unfortunately, with time, EQ2 having fallen to the wayside, the website fell to the wayside as well. I don't think the website is still around. I don't recommend going to it if it was, because I'm pretty sure it's all spamware and what have you. I think it's pretty much defunct now, and I think it's been defunct since before COVID. Oh, there's a throne and lift. I think I had drops turned on for something. What was it? What was I playing? It's been a couple years. It wasn't an MMO. It was some game I was playing, and I think drops were running on my channel, but I can't remember what it was. I was going to say, Pantheon doesn't have any drops at the moment. They wouldn't have any drops until, like, if they were going to do anything at all, it wouldn't be until retail. You were. Tinkly Spore was all over it since the beginning. Gage bought me in the first week. Oh, dude. EQ2 Flames. Man. The Guardians, what were their names? There was one Guardian for Defiance he was just a rude bugger, man. He was not cool, but then there was the Guardian from Ne Plus Ultra, and there were two Guardians from... What was the other guild? I can't remember the other guild. Anyways, and then myself. And we had civil conversations. It was actually pretty awesome. It was actually pretty awesome. I gave them a few of my secrets, but I kept most of my secrets to myself. They gave me some tips. We had long discussions about shields and blocking and defense and uncontested and skill rotations. If it wasn't for EQ2 Flames, man, I don't think I would have been as good as I was. Like, and I'm being serious. I was good enough on my life. I was good enough, and I've said this before on stream. Multiple guilds across multiple servers tried to buy me to transfer my character over to their server, and I refused to go because the guild I was in was just fantastic. We're all just a bunch of silly people, just like Chill Mode and EQ. I wouldn't if I were to go back to EQ. Yeah, the only place I would go is Chill Mode. The only place. I'm like one of the OG members in one of the coolest guilds ever. See? Audio just cut out again for a second. I don't know what's going on there. Love that place. I never went into any of the class boards except Troubadour and Monk. Love the skill rotation talks, the DPS bragging. Became friends with love. Yeah, for sure. What server? You were Guck and Miss EQ2, I would have been on... Permafrost was the main server, but I also had Permafrost... God, Permafrost, Antonia... Was it Antonia Bale in EQ2? What else was I... What was the free trade server? Or not the free trade server, the role-playing server. Furiona V? I was on Furiona V or Furiona Vi, however you want to pronounce it. I was on... Permafrost was my main server. I started with Taunting Fate, and I ended up in House of the Rising Phoenix, which was phenomenal. I ran with Defiance and Obedience for a while, not tagged. They would always pull me in because, again, like I said, I was a pretty solid tank. It was funny. They were some. For those who don't know, Defiance was arguably the biggest guild in the game. If there was ever going to be a stick up the butt, hardcore, gotta have everything, all the mobs on lockdown, it was Defiance. Defiance spawned like 4 different guilds during EQ2. Like Defiance they were the biggest. They had everything, and they definitely had attitude. But because I'm an individual who's very patient and gets along with everybody, I made some pretty cool friends in that guild. But it was pretty fun running with them because they would always show off for me. I've told this story a couple times. I'll tell it again. Enchanters in EverQuest 2 were never known as DPS classes. They were utility. They were designed as utility. The Coercer was more or less control and amplified melee capability. The Illusionist had their essence, almost like their companion, passive companion, I guess you could say, and they were designed to amplify spell casting, roughly. So there was an enchanter that I used to group with, and his name was Banana Man. That was his name, Banana Man. And he was an illusionist. He was in Defiance. He is the only individual I have ever seen in the 11 or 12 years that I spent in EQ2 that outparsed pretty much every single player in the game except for a summoner or conjurer, which was in Defiance as well. And I say this with reason. On EQ2 Flames and 10-Ton Hammer and Alakazam and what have you, a lot of people would go after Sony, SOE, because of the enchanters. Give more love to the enchanters. Have the enchanters do more. Blah, 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 blah. I always thought the enchanters were awesome in EQ2 because of what they did. You always wanted a Coercer with you or an illusionist with you, depending on what your group makeup was. But this one individual, if there were if you had 1,000 enchanters and they were all parsing around, let's say 20,000 to 40,000 DPS on a raid mob, Banana Man was somewhere up around 560,000 damage. They had all the gear. He knew all the tricks. He would never tell me what he did with his character to do that. And again, like I said, in the over a decade in that game, he's the only enchanter I've known. People who have been here long enough over the years know that I've mentioned time and time again that people complain about classes in EverQuest 2, but the reason being is ignorance. It's because they don't know how to play them, period. Doesn't matter who you are, how good you thought you were, maybe you never died, maybe you always messed stuff, whatever. You didn't understand your class. That's why myself as a Guardian, that's why I was able to set myself apart from most of the other Guardians in the game, because I understood the little tricks I could do to make my Guardian different. But this enchanter, we would be grouped, and we'd be in a dungeon, a pretty difficult dungeon. This was around the time of the Canarch expansion, so we'd be in Protector's Realm. What was it called, the group dungeon? Crypt of Agony? I think it was called Crypt of Agony. Chelsith. What were the other 2 dungeons? Something with eyes. I think the word eye. Sleeping chamber? Sleeping? Tomb of the Sleeping? Shoot, I can't remember. Anyways, I would always get a tell in-game from him, and it would be a smiley face. And every time he would send me a tell with a smiley face, I knew it was going to go stupid. And then all of a sudden, our 2 mob pull or our 3 mob pull turned into 12 mobs. As a Guardian, you can't hold on to 12 mobs. It's not possible. However, I always panicked, and he knew I panicked, and he played on this. It must have been for months anyways. But him and the Conjurer, and I think we were with, I want to say we were with an assassin or a swashbuckler. I can't remember which. And they just annihilated everything. The only thing I had to do was tank any particular mob that had an ability that might do more damage to casters. That's it. It was silly. We would take a 45-minute dungeon and turn it into about 9 minutes. It was insane. I absolutely loved it. I would run with them every chance I got. I didn't join them because, and for those who don't know, for those who weren't around back then, we're talking, what, 2007, 2006, 2007, 2008, maybe a year or two later than that. But they were a 24/7 guild, meaning you had to be available 24/7. Before everybody had cell phones, we had pagers, and they were part of the pager squad or the pager crew or the pager setup, whatever you want to call it. And if you were at work, or if you were at school, or if you were home and just not in-game, if there was a contested mob or content or event or whatever going on, they would page you, like in real life. And your obligation is to be there. Regardless of what you're doing, you were there. Now, I'm not saying people got up and left work, obviously, but if you weren't at work and you weren't at school, but you were doing something else, you stopped what you were doing, and you went home, and you sat in front of your computer, and you logged in, period. And they would assemble 24/7. I hung out with them for a while as best I could, but I never joined them even though they asked me multiple times because I couldn't keep that schedule. I worked a lot in offline at that time, and I just couldn't be available. But dude, like, man, if I just like I've talked about Aeon, or Ion, however you want to pronounce it, if I could have been streaming when EQ2 came out, you guys would have seen some I would have had the whole guild on voice chat, like on stream. You guys would have heard what had to have been, hands down, more so than Chill Mode, and those of you that have been here for a long time, you know I've been with Chill Mode for almost a decade now. But more than any other group of people I've ever involved with, House of the Rising Phoenix was absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. You guys would have loved it. But unfortunately, it was before, Twitch and YouTube. When was YouTube? 2011? 2013? Somewhere around there. I mean, streaming wasn't a thing back then. It was all videos. Oh, hey, Doom Clap. Sorry, man. I got to yapping and missed your message. What are you guys doing in the game? Farming XP or items? XP. Not seeing much Pantheon gameplay. Was pretty hyped way back when the Kickstarter happened. The game had a lot of unique ideas. The game is pretty far ahead. This past year, they have had a phenomenal year as far as development goes. The game is due to go into early access on December 13th. We got the news yesterday. So December 13th is early access. At that time, so currently right now they're operating off of seasons. The way seasons work, a season starts, you get 6 weeks, then a season ends. They had 3 levels of pledging at the time. They had VIP pledging, they had champion pledging, and they had supporter pledging. If you were a VIP pledge, you had access 24/7. If you were a champion pledge, you had the last 2 weeks of every season. If you were a supporter pledge, you had the last week of a season. So if you were a supporter, every 5 weeks, every 5 weeks you would get in. Well, anyways, whatever. Point being is, they've gotten far enough along with the game with content that they're now switching to an early access model, which means as of December 1st, you're not going to be able to pledge anymore to the game. So if anybody wanted to get in, even on the ground level, you would want to do it before December 1st. After December 1st, December 13th, when early access starts, I don't know what their plan is for people to get access to it. It won't be free. I'm sure there'll be some sort of sign-up, but my understanding is pledging will stop December 1st. But there's quite a bit of content. It's just we're not very high. We're only level 12 at the moment. Once early access, and there aren't a whole lot of people on at the moment on the servers, because a lot of people are vacationing or taking a break until early access starts, which is December 13th. So starting December 13th, you'll probably see a lot more people playing the game. You'll probably see a lot of people streaming the game, because once they go into early access, I believe there's no more seasons. It's just ongoing. So, how big is the map? There is no map. There's no map in the game. What they have in the game is pretty big and it's pretty dangerous. You are not meant to run wherever you want to at any time, and you are not meant to solo. I can tell you those two things right now. Soloing is no bueno, and running around exploring is no bueno. You will get your butt killed 7 ways from Sunday. This is a social game. You have to make friends, you have to look for groups, you have to advertise, you have to run with people and get stuff done, or you will die horribly, you will lose your body, you will retain anything that you have equipped, but after level 5, I believe, you leave everything in your inventory on your corpse, and you have to get your corpse back. Corpse runs are a thing. De-leveling is a thing. I actually de-leveled accidentally last week. And that sucked, because this game is not easy to level in. We're currently at a camp known as the Manor. It's the ruins of the Manor, and it's kind of undead. It's kind of like a culty, spiritual type setting with these spirits. I'm playing a warrior currently. This game will not be easy, this game will not be fluid. This is not WoW and this is not Final Fantasy. This is kind of like in between EQ and EQ2. It's more like EQ2 and Vanguard, I guess, if you're familiar with Vanguard Saga of Heroes. On Guk, I had to rotate pulls. With NPU on Perma, I had to rotate pulls with Big Ron and Shillings. Ah, okay, gotcha. Now, with there being no map in-game, I don't know if they ever plan on having a map. A lot of people are crying about wanting a map. You know, everybody wants anything to make it easy. They're designing a game that's not going to be easy, but I shouldn't even say a lot of people. A number of people are crying and whining because there's no map, because they apparently don't want to figure out their head from their arse. They didn't used to have a compass, but now we have a compass, of course, a working compass, just like in, you know, EQ, EQ2, what have you. They have true north marked, but also over here in the group window, if you notice, there are gold circles around here, and they're moving with these little points. This is your indicator or compass to show where players are. So you get a general idea of where your group mates are, but you don't know exactly where they are, because even though you might be pointing towards... Even though you might be pointing towards one of your group mates, they could be up a mountain, around a turn, you might have to run a great distance. You know, it's not just a straight A to Z type deal. You are meant to work together. No such thing as ninja AFKs. If you're the type of person to get in a group and then go AFK, people will see that and people will kick you out of the group, and you will have a much harder time finding a group going forward. Vanguard was cool. I enjoyed the card game system. I did too, man. Diplomacy was fantastic. You know, nobody's duplicated that. I mean, some MMOs have had factions, but nobody's done what Vanguard was doing with the diplomacy. The fact that they had their own Triforce, you know, adventuring, diplomacy, crafting, and the fact that all three were intertwined, and the fact that you could take a diplomat all the way to level 50, and you wouldn't have to worry about adventuring or crafting, or you could take a crafter to level 50 and not worrying about diplomacy or adventuring, or you could adventure all the way to 50 and not worry about crafting or diplomacy, or you could mix and match whatever you wanted to. Vanguard was phenomenal. The problem with Vanguard, I just got through saying that you might have been here, or maybe you weren't here when I was whining about 10 minutes ago, but the main thing with Vanguard that caused Vanguard's downfall was the fact that they didn't listen to us at the end of beta. They released a broken game when it didn't need to be broken, and unfortunately a lot of players jumped in, and I think I want to say by the 3rd week or the 4th week, everybody I grouped with was gone. None of them were playing the game anymore. So I stopped playing. I gave it like 2 months. And it sucked. I remember I used to get in arguments with the... Hey, so Vanguard Saga of Heroes has a class called the Blood Mage, and the Blood Mage was kind of like a martial arts character, but it utilized its life force and its target's life force in combat. So you would heal yourself by pulling life from the enemy. You would channel your life and send it at the enemy. And it was a cool cycle. Nobody's ever duplicated the class ever in any MMORPG ever. Nobody's duplicated the Blood Mage. The Blood Mage was a very unique class, and it was pretty cool. The problem was, the individual who was the class lead for the Blood Mage with Sigil made the class stupidly overpowered, and I used to get in arguments with them almost on an daily basis in MSN Messenger because I would tell them, now I was playing a warrior, right? My whole thing was to build the warrior. My whole thing was to test the warrior, run groups with the warrior. I got tons of stories, blah, 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 whatever, before my mouth starts running again. But the Blood Mage, I rolled a Blood Mage one day just to see what the hype was, and I was able to do group content just myself with one Blood Mage, and I thought, this is the most foolish thing I've ever seen. This should not be something that happens. And I used to get in discussion after discussion, and I wish I knew who the Blood Mage class lead was, but I don't. And I really hope they're not working for Visionary Realms right now, because maybe they might remember the conversations that we had, but I was not happy that they had built the Blood Mage as this veritable brick shithouse without needing any assistance from group members. Because the Blood Mage, when they took Life Force, they healed themselves. So you could get in an infinite cycle. Think of it like the infinity, the 8, the infinity symbol or whatever. It was like a give and take that the Blood Mage could run almost forever. It was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. But it was such a cool class. But it was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Ad? Where's the ad? I don't see an ad. I hope they don't put a map. Use your brain to find. Yes, Acer, I agree. I agree. Listen, it took me about the first month of playing this game, and I got familiar with most of the waypoints and points of interest in this opening zone. There's no reason nobody else can do it. Like, come on. Don't be foolish. You learn where points of interest are. You learn to look for certain trees, certain rocks, certain ramps. When you're running and exploring, pay attention to your combat window, because you never know when combat data from another group or another individual will pop up in there, and all of a sudden you see blah, 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 wrathful spirit. So all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I'm near the manor, right? It could be nighttime. We have people with torches out for light, but if they didn't have their torch out right now, it'd be pitch black here, except for that green glow. Like, you legitimately wouldn't see 5 feet in front of your face. And to give you guys an example, for those who don't know, in daytime, I can target anything that stands, let's say, over by that staircase right now. But right now at night, if you watch, the tank's going to pull in a mob. Watch. See how my cursor changed there from arrow to sword? In the pitch of night, at midnight, whatever, the absolute darkest of night, you can't target anything unless it's pretty much right in front of you. There's no advance warning. And that goes for ads. So if you're in a dungeon, or if you're fighting in an area where you could get ads and it's nighttime, you need to be on the ball. And seriously, you need to be on the ball. You will ruin it for your group. And the problem that I see right now with this game when it launches, let's say everything's fixed, everything's working, they get all their zones in, all their content's flush, everything is 100%. They announce that the game's going to go retail. So the game launches retail and people sign up. My concern is right now that individuals who won't take the time to learn stuff will cost other players the game. That's what I'm concerned about. Because again, like I said, this game is not jump in and fly out the door. That's not how this game is designed. This game will be a challenge for everybody. And even the people who have been in the game for the last 5, 6, 7 years that have been testing, what have you, even they are more than likely going to have issues when it comes time for retail, and they end up grouping with individuals that maybe they didn't have or they didn't run with during their time in development. It will happen. You need to have patience. Pulls will go bad. There will be silly deaths. There will be accidental deaths. There will be unavoidable deaths. You're going to want a notepad. This game is going to... I don't know if you guys were around back at the beginning of EQ and whatnot, but this game is going to take you back to a time where you're going to write down the names of people that you absolutely loved grouping with, and you're going to write down names of people you never want to see again. That's going to happen. And I can say that because I have 6 names on a piece of paper in front of me right now. I will never say who they are, but I will never group with them again. Ever. And that's not petty, that's smart. I value my time. I've put time in this game. I'm going to pay for this game when it comes out and you have to subscribe to it. So if I'm going to be grouping with people, I'm going to be grouping with people who take the time to know what they're doing. I got no interest, and I'm concerned that, as far as streaming goes, I'm concerned a lot of the larger streamers who really don't give two craps about this game are going to jump in and make this game look like ass. That's what I'm concerned about. Because there's nothing Visionary Realms or any other user can do about it. They're just going to do what they do. And I say this because they've done it with a handful of games over the last 5 years. I've seen it happen firsthand. I've been around a long time. I'm like one of the oldest streamers on Twitch. I think I've been streaming since 2013. I mean, I was pretty popular when I first started streaming because streaming was new, and I was involved in a game called Darkest Dungeon. I used to have 1,000 people hanging out here, and back then 1,000 people put you pretty much at the top of the list. Again, like I said, we're talking 2013, 2014. I went back to EQ, I want to say in 2015. Might have been the end of 2014, beginning 2015. I should never have done it because I'm an EQ addict. I met 2 individuals that got me into their group, Chill Mode. Long story short, I've been in that guild for almost a decade now. They've been on 7 different progression servers. I've been on 6 of them. I thought I finally quit that game back when the Vanity server launched because I wanted to play a bunch of other games that I never got to play because I was hooked on EverQuest. Well, stupid me decided to go back to Teak when Teak launched. For those who are familiar with the progression servers in EQ, I started playing on Teak, but all of a sudden I hit level 49, and for whatever reason I couldn't find a group. I couldn't find a group with my guild, I couldn't find a group with anybody. It was ridiculous because there were so many boxes and alts on the server that anybody who needed a shaman already had a shaman for their buffs and whatnot. So I streamed for about 8 days, and I couldn't find a group at all over 8 days. So imagine someone streaming EQ, you want to jump in, you want to check out EQ, you want to chill, get nostalgic, whatever, and you're watching a shaman scramble for hours trying to find people and can't find a single group. I gave it about 8 days, and on the 8th day, I just stopped playing and walked away. I said, I'm good, I'm done. Then I managed to get into Vanguard, and we've been in Vanguard. I do a little bit in Destiny too, and I'm sure I'll be jumping into a couple games like Diablo 4, and I think there's a couple other games I want to kind of look into, but we'll see what happens between now and early access. How can you tell the level of a mob? You have to consider it. You have to con it. Just like in EQ. I'll bring up the chat window here for a second. So, targeted. Nothing tells you here about the mob, but if I hit C to consider it, comes up yellow saying Wandering Spirit is indifferent. So indifferent means it's not aggro by default. This opponent would pose a great challenge to you. This foe will require a group of adventurers. So if I were to try and solo that mob is going to eat me for breakfast and then poop me out. You have to con everything in this game. Anything you go to pull. You could be level 10. If you're in a certain zone and you see a tiny bat and you think, oh, I can beat that bat and I'll get a bat fur and then I'll be able to harvest it for a pelt. And then all of a sudden that bat just beats the ever-living tar out of you in 3 seconds and you're left there going, what the hell just happened? You have to consider everything. The game even has the traditional EQ splash screens with the tips down at the bottom, and it tells you, consider everything or get your ass handed to you. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Oh, here's the other thing, and you won't hear this from me, so you'll have to get it from somebody else. This game has a day-night cycle, as you guys have been watching, right? We've cycled into day, we've cycled into the night. I think we're going back into day now. What time is it? It's 6 a.m. Okay, yeah, so we're going into daytime right now. At nighttime, across the game, there are creatures that spawn that don't exist during the day, and vice versa. So, this is significant, because you could be fighting something during the daytime that looks a certain way. At nighttime, when you can't see nameplates in front of you, you'll notice that everybody's nameplates are faded right now. When the sun comes up, everybody's nameplates will be solid. When the night comes, everybody's nameplates will start fading again to the point that you're not going to be able to see anything. There will be individuals or entities that will spawn looking exactly like the stuff you were killing during the day. You walk up to it to say hello, and it says, "Go away." And then you die. And that will happen. And that is all over this game, which is fantastic. I absolutely love it. I need to go back and see if I still have the stream from last week, where I ran like a little girl after running into a mob called the Dust Fiend, which was the largest werewolf I had ever seen. It chased me in the forest at night in the middle of the zone. I don't know where I was. And I ran like a little girl. It was like Indiana Jones. I even turned the camera around to see the werewolf chasing me, and then he killed me in like 2 hits. And I had to try and find my body, and that took me like an hour and a half to find my body. There is no marker to tell you where your body is. Oh, here's what I will tell you. Those that are watching, those who don't know, and those who want to know. You're going to need to write this down and put it on a post-it note and stick it to your monitor. The second you die in this game, you need to type /LOC and hit enter. You need to get your location coordinates, because if not, good luck getting your body back. You will quit playing this game. You will absolutely, wholeheartedly quit this game if you lose your body in a zone around quote-unquote trash mobs and you can't get it back. You can't find it. There is no compass marker that takes you to your corpse. You need to make sure your group doesn't break up. You need to make sure nobody's leaving, especially a tank or a healer. You need to end the group when everybody has their corpses. If you get in a group situation and you leave before somebody gets a corpse, chances are your names get written down and you're not going to group with a number of people, period. I've already been talking to a handful of people who do this on the regular. So, if you're going to be a goof, you're not going to want to play this game. Just saying. Look at that, man. That is so good. The lighting in this game is absolutely fantastic. I gush about the lighting every time. I see never played EQ, so that's pretty intense. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yes, it is. The lighting is fantastic. Yeah, man, this game is good. I've got a bit of a Rolodex started. I got some people's names down that will be hitting up during early access. And again, like I said, I've got half a dozen names that I will never group with again if they choose, if they use the same names. I mean, obviously it's difficult to tell if they use different names, but I'll tell you one thing, the rogue class in this game is pretty cool. What they've done with the rogue is fantastic compared to other games that have had a scout type in it. Both EQ2, EQ, World of Warcraft, whatever. The rogue... A lot of people have the opinion, and again, opinions are like buttholes, everybody's got one, mostly. Rogues aren't popular in EQ, in any respect. Only for picklocking. Genuinely, on paper, any heated discussion, people just don't put a lot of faith behind rogues. I think rogues are fantastic. I think they can be fantastic if you know how to play them. However, in this game, Rogues can do a bunch of stuff, man. Rogues can control pulls with CC. Rogues have crowd control. They have like traps they can lay down, which act like roots. So you could ask a rogue to put a trap down at the entrance of a cave. You could run in the pull, accidentally get 2 mobs, run out of the cave. First one gets stuck in the trap. Second one runs to the group. They've got stuns. They've got DPS. I mean, it's what they've done with the rogue, man, is so cool. So cool. The Necromancer seems pretty good also. We have a level 19 Necro. I was playing a warrior up until level, I think I got the warrior to level 18. This was during season 2 or season 3. We stopped playing, I think, during season 5, I want to say. I forget what I was playing at the time. Might have been Destiny 2, could have been New World, might have been Diablo 4, I can't remember. Oh, hang on a second, somebody's really loud in my ear. Okay, you get turned down. Okay. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. I talk a lot. Oh, the warrior. So, I came back for season 6 because I had heard that the ogres and dwarves were coming in. Now, for those who follow me through my decade of EQ, I was an ogre. I was an ogre warrior. Well, I was an ogre warrior and a troll shaman multiple times over. When it comes to tanking, I've always been an ogre. I always loved the ogre. So I've been waiting for this game to get the ogre. I came back during the beginning of this season, so season 6, and there was no ogre. I was like, oh, okay, I guess the ogre's not coming out. I didn't realize they were doing a character wipe. So they'd done the character wipe, I lost my warrior. So I sat here and I was like, what am I going to do? I said, well, I'm not going to create another warrior. I'll wait till they go into early access. And the reason why I say that is, for those who don't know with the warrior is only built up to level 10. The skills I have are from level 1 to 10, even though you can get to, I believe, level 40 in-game, if you put enough time in right now, you only have the skills to level 10. Other classes have their skills flushed out, but warriors do not. It's a work in progress. So I thought to myself, well, I'm not going to roll another warrior and get him to level 18 and only have skills to level 10. So let's try the Necromancer, because the Necromancer was the newest class added. It was just added recently. And I've never played a Necromancer. Well, cool, let me tell you. Typically, you would think the Necromancer, based on other games, would be a class that life drained, had a couple dots, maybe dropped some disease resist, and had a pet. And the pet wasn't very tanky, but the pet was more utility. The pet helped amplify the Necromancer. The Necromancer in this game is not like that. I started playing the Necromancer thinking it was going to be / easy mode or lazy person, but there are so many things you can do with the Necro. I fell in love with the Necro, and I was worried that I was going to start playing a Necro on the regular, because the Necro, just like the Rogue, they've done an amazing job with the Necromancer, at least up to level 19. So we have a 19 Necro right now, and the cool thing is with the Necromancer has abilities that work on sentient and supernatural, or undead, which is, it's just, you don't get that in EQ or other Necromancer-based games. But what they've done with the Necromancer for utility in this game is fantastic. And I believe what they're aiming for, I don't think they're going to do it with every class, but it seems like with Rogue, Necro, and Warrior, they've designed them so that you can fill certain roles in a game, or in a group. For example, in this group right now, we have 2 Warriors. Zero's the main tank right now, and then we have myself. I'm fulfilling the role of DPS and utility because I have a shield interrupt, and then he's tanking. Most people would think, why would you have 2 warriors in a group? It doesn't make sense. But it does, because they've built this game so that the warrior can fill multiple positions. If I wanted to right now, I can dual wield the 2 clubs that I have, and I will probably do more DPS than most of the melee characters in the game right now. Because my clubs are, I think the damage is 8, I think. Yeah, so I'm dual wielding 2 8 physical damage clubs. Most players, at least in this zone, have 4 damage or 6 damage if they're into crafting, for the most part. But the warrior has abilities that allow you to operate from behind the mob. I can only assume that when they're done, they're going to have abilities that's going to allow the warrior to work from the flank as well, because their version of a warrior is Master of the Battlefield, a tactician. Think of it like, for those who played EverQuest 2, think of it like the swashbuckler. For those who don't know, with the Swashbuckler is a very cool class because with the Swashbuckler, if you're going to play it good, you're going to constantly be moving. The Swashbuckler has abilities that are usable from the front, from the back, and from the side. And you're constantly, if you watch a Swashbuckler who knows what they're doing, you'll see them constantly moving all the time. It's phenomenal. This game, at least with the Warrior, they seem to be wanting to do the same thing. Now, I'm a little concerned because when I had the previous Warrior, I had a couple of abilities that I haven't seen yet on this Warrior. I don't know if they took them out. I'm assuming they took them out. And that's a little disappointing because they were abilities... Oh, there's 13. They were abilities that were positional, meaning I had to be in a certain position for the ability to become active. I've leveled up all my weapon skills. As you can see, we just leveled, so my maximums increased, but you can see that I took the time to level up all the weapon skills, and I still haven't unlocked the abilities that I need. And again, I believe it's because the Warrior is cut off right now at level 10, which is unfortunate. But I will be playing a Warrior in early access, and I will be playing a Warrior on launch because I've said that for the last decade. Like I said, I backed this game, 12 years ago or whenever they first started. I plan on seeing it through. I need this game to come out. This game has to happen. I get that Ashes is coming. I get it. I've seen Ashes. I'm an EQ person. I'm a more... How can I put this? I'm a more tactful person, T-A-C-T, as in tactical. I like more planning. Ashes, to me, outside of PvP, doesn't seem to have the same seriousness that Pantheon has. Pantheon is going to kick you in the nuts if you're not 100%. Ashes, I feel like there's going to be some leniency in PvE content. I can't speak on PvP because I have no interest in PvP, whether it comes to Pantheon or even in Ashes. But I need this game to come out because if we don't get this game, we will never get another EQ-style game ever. Nobody will do it. And yes, EG7, the company that acquired Daybreak and EverQuest and whatnot, they announced a couple years ago during their quarterly financial meeting that they are working on an EverQuest 3. I believe they were working on conceptual. So they didn't have anything solid, but they were, storyboarding, planning, trying to figure out what they were going to do with the next EverQuest. They just had I think their report thing just came out this year, and I believe that it's still in progress, but they didn't have an update. They talked about Lotro, Lord of the Rings Online. They talked about H1Z1 or H1Z1, what they're doing with that, their rebranding of that game, what they're going to do with it, or the new version of that game. They spoke about a couple other titles that I can't remember offhand, but outside of EverQuest 3, there's no other game coming out that's going to be like this one. So I need this to happen. I don't know what I'm going to do if something happens and for whatever reason, heaven forbid, this game doesn't come out. I mean, I'll be honest, it looks good. It looks like this game will come out and everything will be fine. They seem to be doing okay. Hey, Ogre. Yes, Ogre's right. I believe Endgame is level 40. They've referenced job. So the main person behind the development of the game, or at least the figurehead right now, is an individual that goes by the name of Joppa, J-O-P-P-A. He streams on Twitch. I highly recommend if you're interested in this game that you go ahead and follow him. I believe he streams Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, typically. And he streams in the afternoon. I want to say, I never get to see him, which sucks because I'm working. But he actually goes in, he'll show you the game as he's working on it. He'll talk about the mechanics, he'll talk about what they have planned, he'll talk about what they already have. He'll pay attention to what his viewers are saying and then answer questions. He'll take things into consideration. It's actually pretty awesome to follow the development of the game because a lot of people have it right now in their head that this game is not coming out, blah, 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 whatever, cash grab excuse, da-da-da, this, that, and the other thing. They're really focused on making this to 1.0. They're really focused on getting 1.0 with this game. I don't know what just happened. I think we had a bad pull. I don't know who that player is. I thought that player was in our group, but that player's not in our group. Don't believe them till I see it. EverQuest Next and Land. They took it. Dude, look, don't even get me started on that, man. You know how much time I put as much time into EverQuest Landmark and what I got for into EQ Next as I did in Vanguard, man. I did so much stuff for EverQuest Vanguard and or for EQ. Listen to me, EQ Landmark and EQ Next. Don't even get me started. I watched a group of Canadians are going to get this, and Americans in the northern hemisphere or northern part of the states are going to get this. I watched a group of Canadian friends from the West Coast build a Tim Hortons in EQ Landmark. And when I say built a Tim Hortons, I'm not talking about Minecraft or Roblox. EQ Landmark, for those who don't know, EQ Landmark introduced a technology called voxels. And voxels allowed you to take solid objects with jagged angles and curve them, flatten them, round them, what have you. And this you could build anything. I remember a raid worth of people working on Neriac. They tried to build Neriac from EQ in EQ Landmark. But these 6 people built a Tim Hortons that you could actually walk into. It looked like Tim Hortons. If you look up Tim Hortons right now online, you look at a picture of a Tim Hortons, you could see the whole front of Tim Hortons. You could walk into the front door. They had the counter. They had the tables and the chairs. They had the TV screens or whatever up on the back of the wall. With I mean, they didn't have menu, of course, because it wasn't that detailed. You could build anything. Anything you wanted, you could build. You think of it right now in your head, you could build it in EQ Landmark to a T with precision. The problem with EQ Landmark is that they got into something called story blocking, which is how the game was going to function based on what the population did. Now, a couple other games have tried to do that kind of thing going forward, but unfortunately, they got over their head, and they ended up they gave themselves too much work. They started building on EQ Landmark so much. Oh, okay. I might have to stop yapping. I think our tank's taken off. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. I got to figure out if we have any CC. No expose. No root, no CC. Okay. Okay, I've never pulled here. We're going to try this and see what happens. I have no idea what to expect. Guessing I can hit this guy. Okay, it's gonna get very difficult for me to follow chat, guys. I'm gonna have to focus more on the group now that I'm tanking. I could yap all I wanted before because I was DPSing. I mean, I'll still talk. I'll glance over every now and then I'll just start going on a rant, but what have you. Oh, does this guy see me from that distance? Oh, he does. The yellow con. See, this is a perceptive detection system. He detects me, so we... Oh, shoot. I tried not to get too. Tree won't come. What are you talking about? You're not dealing with that other tank. You're dealing with me. I don't pull 3 mobs. That's Torch's minion. Oh, can I not see Torch's pet? Over here? I can't see it. Uh-oh. Why am I low health? Don't we have a cleric and a shaman? I'm fighting for aggro with the earth pet, but that's fine. I don't mind that, as long as it's not a player. This guy doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot, though. He's not using many skills. Great body pose when you die, yeah. See how I can't target? There we go. See? See how close they had to get? Oh, my interrupt didn't go off. That's not good. AOC has another 5 years at least. Really? Oh, yikes. And they have I think their development team is like 20 times the size of Pantheon's, isn't it? Like, I think Steven has a ton of people working for him. Steven Sharif. Or Sharif, however you want to pronounce his last name. Okay, we got a dude here by the wall, and we got that one by the stairs. I need that one by the... You are there. Can I get you to Z-axis? Oh, I can. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I was slept. I'm good. Man, I pull like a champ. Are you kidding? I should have been a monk. Oh shoot, she turned around at the wrong time. I have an attack here called Cross Strike, but it does more damage if I'm behind the target. So every time the pet takes aggro, I try and use it. But every time I try to use it, they turn around and look at me. It's like they know what I'm about to do. So far, so good. Should I be teaching lessons? You are there, you are there, those guys are already dead, you should come no problem, and there should only be just you. Talk it out. I hit him. What happened? Right there. Is he broken? Oh, he's broken. Okay, stop attacking. You're going up the stairs, you're standing there, you're there. I need you to turn around. Okay, you see me. Come on now. Should be just you, should be just you. I'm asleep, that's not good. It's just you, perfect. I'm a champ. Okay, we're gonna have that guy. We're gonna have the guy down the stairs. They're gonna show up at the same time. If I hit him, do I aggro the dude above him? I don't know. We're about to find out. I think. Nope, we're good. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? Anybody else in Pantheon at the moment? You guys just chilling? That's the broken dude. Hey, crossbreed. Healing debuff. Oh, you're in the group? Healing and debuffing. Wait, is this Jade? Or is this John? No, this be Jade, right? It'd probably be Jade. Oh no, it might be Trem. Is it Jade or Trem? Good job, by the way. I'm not dead yet. Fantastic. Okay, we got two there. That guy hasn't moved. I don't know if he's broken. Okay, nobody around the corner. Caster just ran off. Should be just him. We're about to find out if I made a boo-boo. Nope. Nice. Got out before the caster, too. The caster just respawned there. Fantastic. Oh, I didn't realize Howl had that kind of range. It's a big distance. So, for those who also don't know, when it comes to utilizing the warrior has a stat up here called readiness. You'll see that there's 3,000 points in it. Each bar here is 1,000. You have to have a required amount of readiness to use certain skills. So you'll see here, to use Mocking Blow, which is a melee attack with a bit of a taunt attached, it requires 1,000 readiness. So if you don't have 1,000 readiness saved up, you can't use that skill until you do. As you melee attack and use certain abilities like Strike of Breaking or even Taunt, you'll see that meter fill up. Other classes have that as well, so not only are you paying attention to your skills, your position, your auto attack, your spell casts, but you're paying attention to how much fuel in the tank you have when it comes to combat, so that you know when to taper off, when not to face roll. The caster back here, I don't want to pull this guy. These guys are going to spawn again, I think, right? Yep. You see me, I taunt you. This group has been fantastic. I mean, we had a couple of scares there. Nobody ran off with their panties in a twist or tail between their legs. I like that I've broken this spawn here at the gate. This will make it easier to pull. As long as we don't have any holdups like AFKs. AFKs can be a nuisance because if they're gone too long, they mess up the whole camp break. I'm asleep. Alpha said something interesting in his stream about manner. People said XP was bad. He said, fight in the middle? I think he put a zone of higher XP inside. We're not high enough to hold middle. Come here, caster. Yep, you see me. You see me. Come around that pillar. Why am I seeing combat? Oh, somebody's behind here. Shoot, I got two. Wait. That caster was pathing. I clearly taunted it. Ah, spawn's broken. So that mob's broken, this mob is broken. I just got aggro from a spawn. I see you. I pull you. I might get a second one from just inside there. Nope, just one. Nope, I got two. No, I didn't. They didn't aggro. Fantastic. I mean, no, I planned that all along. That's what I meant to say. Oh no, you fear. I think you fear. Do you? Do you cast phobia? There's rebuke. Oh, maybe not. Oh, you heal. Immune to root effects, okay. She's broken. She's not doing anything. What is going on with mobs breaking here? That's the fourth mob that's broken. Here. I don't know what's going on. Yo, cleric spell. Nice. Fantastic. Level 99? No way. They just looted a cleric spell that's rated level 99. Wrathful Spirit, but where's that other one? I saw it. Should I pull? Should I wait for respawn? I feel like I should wait for respawn. I think this pillar's about to respawn, right? Nope. Oh, I aggroed some. Did we get 2 finally? We got... Nope, we got 1. It's a caster, though. Okay, we have rhythm now. I think I have a steady train of pulls until we level. Although we probably won't level again this evening because it looks like we're not getting a whole lot of XP here, which is funny because these mobs are all yellow. Oh, this guy's orange. I don't know how I feel about the Necro apologizing to his target. I shouldn't say Necro, it happens to casters too. I don't know why they gave them all the same audio. That's a little weird. But when I was playing a Necro, I noticed that the Necro says I'm sorry when they use certain skills. And then I was grouped with the Cleric last night, and I noticed the Cleric was saying the same thing. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? The same audio file for different classes? Oh, I see you. You're not broken. You're coming with me. Ouch. I see. Oh, wait, you're the broken one, right? Yeah, you're the broken one. Oh, you just spawned. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, we got two. Where's the... Oh, there's another one. This is bad. I might die here. I'm down. Oh, dead again. Hey Drem, what's going on? Pantheon is paid access? Yes, you have to pledge to the game for now. December 1st, I believe the pledges stop, and then December 13th, early access starts. I don't know what their plan is for early access, but I don't believe you'll be able to pledge after December 1st. So I don't know what their plan is for early access. Looks like most of the group got out. Myself and Jade went down. What's going on, Drem? How you doing? What have you been into? Mage Pet just went after that trash mob. Yeah, that was the problem. There was A, I didn't know there were 3. B, the caster didn't die fast enough. The caster should have been our focus, because the casters in the game right now, they constantly nuke. If you watch, they just cast and cast and cast and cast, and you interrupt, and they cast and cast and cast and cast and cast. They're a work in progress right now, and it was the mage spells that did me in. I don't know where the third came from though. I didn't pull the third. I pulled 2. So I don't know if the third one spawned and aggroed. I didn't see a spawn, but I believe there were clearly 3 there. There was 1 caster and 2 melee. And then I didn't realize there was the 1 melee behind on the rocks, because I had threat built on the mage. I turned to the melee, started building threat, and then I saw somebody taking damage that wasn't in front of me. So when I turned the camera, I saw the third guy in the rock, and I thought, uh-oh. So if I'd have got that guy in time, maybe Jade wouldn't have died. It's all right. It'll happen. So this is a situation right here where people will get their panties in a twist and dick off. Just so you guys know, you guys that are watching, this is a situation, and if you're one of these individuals, don't come near this game, please. Don't play it. Don't jump in. Don't ruin it for 5 other people. Now, spawns will be reset, so we'll have to break it again. Excuse me. Oh, who has the damage shield? Is that Rangers? That's gotta be Rangers, right? Spinning spikes? Or is that the summoner? I've never seen that spell icon before. Is that on the group? No. Single target only? Yes. Interesting. I've never seen that. Let the breaking begin. Comes from the summoner? Gotcha. I'll have to remember that. That's cool. I didn't know if there was a damage shield in here or not. I'm looking at my XP bar. I think the XP here is fine. That was yellow. That was an alright chunk. Your partner hasn't spawned. Oh, you both spawned. Bad idea. Come on, yo. Come on. What are we dealing with? Restless spirit with avoidance. And both have avoidance. Restless spirit, wandering spirit. Which one's the tougher? That one. Nope, they're both the same. Shoot, we got two. Oh, fear. Shoot. I didn't know that guy cast fear. I interrupted the wrong skill. I'm ready now. There's Heartstopper. There's Phobia. Oh, we got him. Perfect. We got this. Healer saved the pet. Thankfully the pet was able to keep tanking this mob until I got to it. I was listening to another guildie of mine on stream say it does a lot of damage. Really? Healer, mana, 70%, that's good. If I remember correctly, we could pull this guy fine. And just get it. Yep, nice. I saw the roamer, but we were far enough away. Elegy's asleep, okay. You're not healing. Now that's the roamer. Those guys are up, but there's this guy. I think I got him by himself. Yep, fantastic. Camp is almost broken. Two. Good job, everybody listened. I said caster first. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. It's always good, man, when you get a group with solid players. No complaints, nobody leaving, nobody coming up with excuses, nobody slacking. I don't know what I just aggroed. I'm asleep. Nope, I'm not asleep. Might have two. Might have one. What is that? Cast speed. Oh, look, we shut this mob off too. Okay, they gotta fix this. This is a hasted mob that should be casting like crazy, and it's not doing anything. It's not even in the combat log. That's the 5th one tonight. It's got something to do with these rocks, I think. It has to. You know what? I'm gonna pull the next one on the grass. We can go in through the front. Actually, there should be a dude right over here. Man, you can't see nothing. I see the beetle. I don't see him. I know somebody didn't just moan in my ear. That's weird. Hey dude, what's going on? How you doing? Shoot, I got a roamer there and I got this guy coming closer to this guy. Where does this one go? I don't know. This one's still walking. What's this symbol? Spell nullifier, spell avoidance. Okay. That guy's, I'm guessing DPS, melee. This guy sees us, I think. This one's posing a problem because it's not moving. I can't tell if it's broken. This guy was supposed to walk backwards and he just double timed. Okay, does he bring his friend? No, perfect. Alright, let's fight this guy on the grass. We're gonna fight a few on the grass to see if they switch off. What we're looking for here is animations and entries in the combat log. Okay, he was live the whole fight. That's good. There's the dude I couldn't see. Oh, he's too far away. That one's still standing still. I can't tell if that one's going to aggro. You see me? Right here. You are not. So if I taunt you... Okay, is he switched off? He's changing... He was switched off. I don't know what's switching them off, but that guy got switched off. Oh, you're broken. Roamer there. Cast... I heard that. Oh, that was a casting out there. Come on, dude. Walk over. Nope, you're too far. You got a friend over there? I don't want to meet him. What about you? You broken too? You're not broken. Cool. I'm asleep. I'm not asleep. Just got one. Perfect. There's no way the attack slow would turn them off. I don't know what's going on. That one got turned off also. And when I say turned off, for those who don't know, in the combat log here, when they do anything, if they hit me, there's a red message that pops up. We weren't getting any red messages the last 3/4 of that fight. That's how it's been going with these guys. Why is that guy in a battle stance? Is he broken too? Why am I back here? I'm being foolish. That guy's pathing, so he's active. That guy's pathing. I don't want to step into that gazebo. You know what? Let's go out here. Oh, hello. Oh, you're a broken mob. What about this caster? Let's get him next. Come here, you. Why aren't you aggroing? Alright, fine. Whatever. Don't bring your friend. Don't bring your friend. They're not invited. Just waiting for people to get a bit of power. I mean, mainly the healers. Somebody went AFK, right? Healer. Did I get two? I think I got two. Nope, got one. Nice. I saw that other one to the right of this guy and I thought, uh-oh. Yeah, this guy stayed in it the whole fight. I'm asleep. Oh well, sir, I didn't resist that at all. That sucks. And then there was light. Yeah, he was active for the whole fight. Why is there... Oh. Never mind. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. You get 3 movements. You get 3 movements to get away from that caster. There you go. There you go. There you go. Bit closer. He teleported towards me, which means he moved away from the other guy, so we only got 1. That's cool. I'll take it. Ooh, that was a nice hit. I gotta say, man, the group's been pretty solid tonight. Excuse me. Oh shoot, I was typing. So, I think what happened here with these broken mobs, there's a bug that's happening where, depending on the state you put a target in, it can break their aggro. And I think what's happened is, I think there was an enchanter or enchanters here at some point today, and they hit these mobs with mezzes, and for some reason it broke their aggro. The workaround or the fix for it typically is to change their state out of crowd controlled. And unfortunately, the only way to do that I know of is with a paladin pull. We don't have a paladin with us, but I thought these guys having state changers like opening gap or expose could trigger those broken mobs to aggro, but it didn't work. I thought I could fix them. I could not. This is a problem. 2 casters. I'm gonna try and hold both. I mean, the pet's gonna hold what they can. Can't target that guy. Is he broken too? No. Yellow. Healer's at 65. Can I not get the guy on the platform if I pull this guy? We're about to find out. No combat music. Did he aggro? Nope. He's broken too. Fair enough. I can't remember. Are you broken? You're broken too. I see you. Yeah, you come after us. Are you aggro? Oh, you are aggro. Come here, you. You should be far enough away. Oh, yikes. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Why is he always in combat? Oh, that might just be a stopping animation, I guess. So this guy's broken. Oh, there's two casters up there. Well, I don't want to pull two. Pop in front. Ooh, two pops. Oh, ha, that one's giving chase. You don't see me, I see you. Just getting rebuffs before I continue pulling. But this has been a lot of fun tonight. I hope you guys in chat have enjoyed this. It's nice to find solid people. Might be running with them tomorrow or Saturday. Okay, we've broken the manor. This spawn is now broken. I don't understand what's there. Okay, I don't... Oh, we got two over there. There's not normally two over there. Oh, it's temp. Spider-Man? What's that? Yeah, yeah. How'd you not aggro? How'd neither one of those aggro? Weird. No, I think we broke this guy. They gotta fix this. Hmm. Ah, wrong skill. Where's phobia? Come on, man. There we go. Now, can we get that roamer without the other one? Oh, I got both. I saw the other guy flinch. 2 casters incoming. So what I did there was I tried to make sure I built hate on this guy so that he wouldn't kill the pet before we killed the first guy. So I tried to get him off the pet as often as I could. Worked out really well. That's what happens when you're a pro. I say that, and now next pull I die horribly. Or hilariously. Okay, man. For sure. Have a good night. I'll be around tomorrow. I don't know if you'll be around tomorrow or not, but I'll be around. All right. Let's see. We made some friends. So the group is over. We had a couple people that had to leave, so that's going to be it for the group. It was a lot of fun. I don't have enough time to put another group together, so that's going to be the end of the stream. Those of you that are here, still, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. We should be live again tomorrow. Not exactly sure what the game plan is. If I can put another group together. I mean, if I get some of these guys tomorrow, maybe we'll go check out Halners. If not, I'm totally fine with coming back here if these spawns aren't broken. Or even finding some other dungeon. Like, I'm wondering what the fort would be like. What level did we all finish at? We're around 13, right? 13, 14, 14, 15. Probably not. Probably won't do the fort. Might come back here. Might go to Halners. Who knows? I'd like to go to Halners. I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to take a look at it. These guys seem fairly competent, which is awesome. Anyhow, before I start yapping and stay up too late, as always, if you guys enjoyed your time here and you're new to the channel, feel free to hit the follow button to be notified next time I go live. Again, it should be tomorrow. You guys have yourselves a good night, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.